in his first over today, and ball sits up outside the off stump, and Burgess elegantly stands up straight and forces it through the covers for 4 good runs.
Comes in again. That's just chipped up in the air and he's gone. It was a straighter delivery and he mistimed it.
As he starts a new over from the pavilion end and bowls, Burgess goes right underneath his off drive and plucks out the off stump, which has wedged itself in the ground about 5 yards behind the other 2.
And in comes Leach. And it's a nice drive there through extra cover. Not sure it'll find its way all the way to the boundary. There's a big chase on. It's a slow outfield. Oh, and it just beats the fielder.
Smith bowls and Booth gets a ball on the pads, and he's LBW looking to push away into the leg side, but didn't really go anywhere. And a second wicket this morning for Smith.
Leach in around the wicket to the left-handed Hannon Dolby, and he's just a thick edge there, pass slip, and that's going to run away for 4. And that's carved away. Don't even bother running for that. Smashed away through the offside. Too short, too wide. Finch then facing up to Briggs, and it's edged straight away and taken. This time Jason Holder makes no mistake, and first ball of the day for Adam Finch.
It's got 2 slips in to Rushworth, and oh, that one's in the air. The keeper is coming under it, dives and takes the catch. That is the end of the innings. Well taken by Roderick. It was a shorter delivery that just popped off the bat. Run up. In. It's a shorter ball, swivel pull from Roderick, and that goes all the way to the boundary, out towards the Hollies stand.
Runs in from the Birmingham end and bowls a ball that sits up a little bit outside off stump, and Libby's going to help himself to 4 runs, guiding it through the covers. Wicket's still regularly falling.
Rushworth Ian down the leg side. He's got a nick on it. He's gone. And Warwickshire have got the first wicket. A ball which was fired down the leg side, following it through. Match. He comes in, bowls, and that's a beautiful shot. Played away. Magnificent cover drive to get Kashif Ali on the way.
Vertical behind his head. Now carves a shorter ball, not very short, but stands up straight and hammers it in the air between gully and backward point for 4 runs.
In he comes again. Libby waits and Rushworth is into him, and this one is over the top of third slip, so gully down to the third man boundary. Batted beautifully in the first innings. Rushworth in. This is crashed away. It's given some width and thrashed away down to the third man boundary.
Leeds at the end of the season last year.
Rushworth in again to Kashif, and he just cuts that away off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going to go for 4. Rushworth in again to Kashif Ali. Full this time, but too full, and it's just pushed away. Timed beautifully again. That's going to find the boundary. There's a lot of open spaces on the leg side. It was full and straight and dispatched.
Some people coming back to their seats at the Birmingham end after their lunch, and this is nudged between slip and gully for 4 runs. It came off the outside edge of Jake Libby's bat, although it was a controlled edge, if you can have such a thing, in that he guided it almost down into the ground. Here's Rhodes bowling to Kashif Ali, who checks a drive but still manages to hit it with perfect timing past Davies at mid-off for 4. And I think of all the strokes he's played today, I think that might be the most attractive one yet.
If he just drops the ball into it, he doesn't. He's just
Great
played
shot.
that very beautifully on the coming to it and just playing it on the up and away through mid-wicket down to the fence for 4. Didn't last long, the attack round the wicket. He's come back over the wicket, and in he comes. And this is in the air, but it's going to be 4 more runs. Cut away through backward point. It's running away. It's going to get and cross the rope now. Again, uppish, but perfectly safe.
Hannon Dolby in again. Burge up to stump. It's short, pulled away, and there's no stopping that. That's timed beautifully. Crunched to the mid-wicket boundary. Not a fielder moved.
In he comes, bowls. This one is
Charged.
launched hard and high, and that's going to end up somewhere on the Small Brook Ringway, I think. It's a massive shot.
So it will be Briggs to Kashif Ali. And he's just launched that down the ground. Has he got enough of it to go all the way? He has. What a beautiful stroke. He hit a gorgeous 6 to bring up his 100. He's just bring up Worcestershire's 100 in the second innings.
Have a better one than he had in the Championship last year.
He's in again, and that's crashed away through the covers. 4 more from Kashif.
This is like
ready for the ball.
Booth is motoring and gets a shortish ball, and Cashifali with a short arm pull has hit him for 4 runs, much straighter than any of those 4 boundary fielders. He runs in now, and Kashif's 2 paces down the pitch and hits him over mid-off for 4 runs, 1 bounce just short of the rope. In comes Barnard, rushes past the umpire, and there's runs here for Libby in the plural. That's timed that very nicely off his hip, and he's chased by Briggs, but it's a token pursuit.
Waits as Briggs is in. A slower ball tossed up, and he waits for it, carves it behind the fielder at backward point all the way to the boundary. So Libby just deciding to have a dip now.
He's 48 off 86.
That one's dragged down, and again he plays late, again he beats the fielder, and again it's 4 runs for Jake Libby. Stepping up now, and that brings up his 50. Very interesting field he's sitting.
Here is the first ball from Barnard, and it's guided by Cashifali. After Alex Davis had spent quite a while working out his offside field.
That's
I
a
think
wide.
It was, yeah.
It's a wide. He's out. Cashifali, this time he gets hold of the sweep, and he sweeps it so fine. I don't think there's any chance that anyone's going to get there. That ball's going to go all the way to the rope.
Barnard's rushing in to bowl to him again, but he's down the pitch and hoiking this away over 4 runs. Not by any means the most elegant for 6. Not by the most elegant stroke of his innings, but the moment of celebration for Cashifali. And Barnard bowls to him again, and he hits this hard. He was just over the fielder Bethel at backward point, who jackknifed through the air trying to grab it, but it was over him in a flash and away for 4 more runs.
Barnard in bowls, and this one is driven back hard and high over deep mid-wicket, mid-off's head, down to the long-off boundary for 4 more, with 9 wickets in hand. Worcestershire in a terrific position as this one is launched hard and high and over deep mid-wicket for 6 more. Anywhere near to a close catching position, and even that's some way out as this one is launched. It was short from Barnard, it sat up and it got put into the stand again.
But here we are, Hannon Dolby on his way into Kashif, who looks to launch it. It's gone high. There's an opportunity here to take it. Man underneath, and it's a good grab in the end. I think it's Booth underneath it. And that's the end of a quite astonishing innings from Cashifali.
Good fielding.
And it's just edged away here. Little bit of wits from Briggs, and it's going to find its way to the boundary. 4 to Jones. Not the most convincing shot you'll see.
And he passes the umpire now and bowls outside off stump, and Libby's forcing this through the covers, and he's probably going to get 4 here unless the outfield slows it down. It's chased by Bethel, who is swift but not quick enough.
Runs in, bowls, bangs it again hard in to the ground, but it's banged hard as well by Jones, and that's cut away nicely.
Want to come in the over. The weather feels like it's suddenly closing in the last few moments. Hannon Dolby bowls a Yorker, and Libby just dabs it away between the two in his first over today, and bowls as ball sits up outside the off stump, and Burgess elegantly stands up straight and forces it through the covers for 4 good runs.
Comes in again. That's just chipped up in the air, and he's gone. It was a straighter delivery, and he mistimed it.
As he starts a new over from the pavilion end, and bowls. Burgess goes right underneath his off drive and plucks out the off stump, which has wedged itself in the ground about 5 yards behind the other 2.
And in comes Leach. And it's a nice drive there through extra cover. Not sure it'll find its way all the way to the boundary. There's a big chase on. It's a slow outfield. Or it just beats the fielder.
Smith bowls, and Booth gets a ball on the pads, and he's LBW looking to push away into the leg side, but didn't really go anywhere. And a 2nd wicket this morning for Smith.
Leach in around the wicket to the left-handed Hannon Dolby, and he's just a thick edge there, pass slip, and that's going to run away for 4. And that's carved away. Don't even bother running for that. Smashed away through the offside. 2 short, 2 wide. Finch then facing up to Briggs, and it's edged straight away and taken. This time Jason Holder makes no mistake, and first ball of the day for Adam Finch,
It's got two slips in to Rushworth. And oh, that one's in the air. The keeper is coming under it. Dives and takes the catch. That is the end of the innings. Well taken by Roderick. It was a shorter delivery that just popped off the bat. Run up. In. It's a shorter ball, swivel pull from Roderick, and that goes all the way to the boundary, out towards the Holly stand.
Runs in from the Birmingham end and bowls a ball that sits up a little bit outside off stump, and Libby's going to help himself to 4 runs, guiding it through the covers. But wicket still regularly falling.
Rushworth Ian down the leg side. He's got a nick on. He's gone. And Warwickshire have got the first wicket. A ball which was fired down the leg side, following it through. Match. He comes in, bowls, and that's a beautiful shot. Played away. Magnificent cover drive to get Kashif Ali on the way.
Vertical behind his head. Now carves a shorter ball, not very short, but stands up straight and hammers it in the air between gully and backward point for 4 runs.
In he comes again. Libby waits and Rushworth is into him. And this one is over the top of third slip, so gully down to the third man boundary. Batted beautifully in the first innings. Rushworth in. This is crashed away. It's given some width and thrashed away down to the third man boundary.
Leeds at the end of the season last year.
Rushworth in again to Kashif, and he just cuts that away off the back foot. Lovely shot. That's going to go for 4. Rushworth in again to Kashif Ali. 4 this time, but 2 full, and it's just pushed away. Timed beautifully again. That's going to find the boundary. There's a lot of open spaces on the leg side. It was full and straight and dispatched.
Saw people coming back to their seats at the Birmingham end after their lunch, and this is nudged between slip and gully for 4 runs. It came off the outside edge of Jake Libby's bat, although it was a controlled edge, if you can have such a thing, in that he guided it almost down into the ground. Here's Rhodes bowling to Kashif Ali, who checks a drive but still manages to hit it with perfect timing past Davies at mid-off for 4. And I think of all the strokes he's played today, I think that might be the most attractive one yet.
If he just drops the ball into it, he doesn't. He's just
Great
played
shot.
it very beautifully on the coming to it and just playing it on the up and away through mid-wicket down to the fence for 4. Didn't last long, the attack round the wicket. He's come back over the wicket, and in he comes. And this is in the air, but it's going to be 4 more runs. Cut away through backward point. It's running away. It's going to get and cross the rope now. Again, uppish, but perfectly safe.
Hannon Dolby in again. Burge up to stump. It's short, pulled away, and there's no stopping that. That's timed beautifully. Crunched to the mid-wicket boundary. Not a fielder moved.
In he comes, bowls. This one is
Shot.
launched hard and high, and that's going to end up somewhere on the Smallbrook Ringway, I think. It's a massive shot.
So it will be Briggs to Kashif Ali. And he's just launched that down the ground. Has he got enough of it to go all the way? He has. What a beautiful stroke. He hit a gorgeous 6 to bring up his 100. He's just bring up Worcestershire's 100 in the second innings.
Have a better one than he had in the Championship last year.
He's in again, and that's crashed away through the covers. 4 more from Kashif.
This is like
Ready for the ball.
Booth is motoring and gets a shortish ball, and Kashif Ali with a short arm pull has hit him for 4 runs. Much straighter than any of those 4 boundary fielders. He runs in now, and Kashif's 2 paces down the pitch and hits him over mid-off for 4 runs. 1 bounce just short of the rope. In comes Barnard, rushes past the umpire, and there's runs here for Libby. In the plural, that's timed that very nicely off his hip, and he's chased by Briggs, but it's a token pursuit.
Waits as Briggs is in. A slower ball tossed up, and he waits for it. Carves it behind the fielder at backward point all the way to the boundary. So Libby just deciding to have a dip now.
He's 48 off 86.
That one's dragged down, and again he plays late. Again he beats the fielder, and again it's 4 runs for Jake Libby. Stepping up now, and that brings up his 50. Very interesting field he's sitting.
Here is the first ball from Barnard, and it's guided by Kashif Ali. After Alex Davis had spent quite a while working out his offside field.
That's
I
a
think
wide.
It was, yeah.
It's a wide. Oh, he's out. Kashif Ali, this time he gets hold of the sweep, and he sweeps it so fine. I don't think there's any chance that anyone's going to get there. That ball's going to go all the way to the rope.
Barnard's rushing in to bowl to him again, but he's down the pitch and hoiking this away over 4 runs. Not by any means the most elegant, for 6. Not by the most elegant stroke of his innings, but the moment of celebration for Kashif Ali. And Barnard bowls to him again, and he hits this hard. He was just over the fielder Bethel at backward point, who jackknifed through the air trying to grab it, but it was over him in a flash and away for 4 more runs.
Barnard in bowls, and this one is driven back hard and high over deep mid-wicket, mid-off's head, down to the long-off boundary for 4 more, with 9 wickets in hand. Worcestershire in a terrific position as this one is launched hard and high and over deep mid-wicket for 6 more. Anywhere near to a close catching position, and even that's some way out as this one is launched. It was short from Barnard, it sat up and it got put into the stand again.
But here we are, Hannon Dolby on his way into Kashif, who looks to launch it. It's gone high. There's an opportunity here to take it. Man underneath, and it's a good grab in the end. I think it's Booth underneath it. And that's the end of a quite astonishing innings from Kashif Ali.
Good fielding.
And it's just edged away here. Little bit of width from Briggs, and it's going to find its way to the boundary. 4 to Jones. Not the most convincing shot you'll see.
And he passes the umpire now and bowls outside off stump, and Libby's forcing this through the covers, and he's probably going to get 4 here unless the outfield slows it down. It's chased by Bethel, who is swift but not quick enough.
Runs in, bowls, bangs it again hard in to the ground, but it's banged hard as well by Jones, and that's cut away nicely.
Want to come in the over. The weather feels like it's suddenly closing in the last few moments. Hannon Dolby bowls a Yorker, and Libby just dabs it away between the two
1-2, 1-2.
Well, with the time at 5 to 11, this is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM opening up coverage of the fourth and final day of the first county championship match of the season here at Edgbaston, the first division game between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. We are waiting to resume, and hopefully shortly. I noticed that although there are no covers on the field and it is not raining, there are still the heat lamps are covering the bowlers' run-ups, and noting the time and the fact that there is still quite a lot of warm-up equipment out on the field, it suddenly occurs to me that we might not be starting very promptly after all. It hasn't been raining here in Birmingham this morning. As you may well be aware, this game had lived somewhat of a charmed life until about 4:45 yesterday, when there was the first major interruption, but otherwise we've got more or less 3 full days in. But we are hoping to get a game underway and hoping to see a competitive one at that. Dan Whiting is with me, and it suddenly occurred to me about 2 minutes ago that we might not start on time after all, because all this gear's still out there.
Yeah, morning, Mike. Great to be back here as well. And it's a shame because this game is beautifully poised, isn't it? I mean, Worcestershire leading by 264 runs. There could be a wonderful finale, couldn't there? It could be, it could really reach a crescendo if the weather gods don't intervene. But
yes.
Let's see what happens.
Well, the forecast for today is not too bad, but it may be more about the intervention that they made last night. They're bringing out some more gear. We aren't starting on time, are we? Because here's another thing, a miniature version of the tripods, if you remember those. That 2 members of the ground, whatever it is devilishly heavy, that's being brought out to the centre. There are 2 heat lamps, colourfully described by Mel Farrell on this broadcast over the last couple of days, as you may well have heard. The sort of white gantries, about, 5 or 6 yards long, and they are covering the run-ups at either end of the pitch. But there is a third area now which looks as though it's giving concern, which is a bit further across, right at the very edge of the square, on the Priory side of the ground, towards where the ground staff are based. And they've just brought out this third, slightly smaller, what presumably is also a heat lamp, and they're throwing sawdust or some sort of drying substance on a small area, and that's a pity. I mean, it was raining here. It rained, as I said yesterday, about 4:45. When I was driving back home about 7 o'clock, it suddenly struck me how much it had rained in that couple of hours while I'd been inside.
Yeah, I've never seen a heat lamp like that third one that's coming out. I mean, we've got the 2 at the bowler's ends there, which look like a sort of cantilever of a football stand, don't they? A small version of that. But this tripod type thing, as you said, it's I'm half expecting to see Tom Baker with his scarf flapping as Doctor Who in a millisecond.
It is rather sort of space age looking thing, but there are some concerned looks. Just a few yards away from it, Jake Lintott is doing some bowling practice. So it is obviously quite a small area that's no more than, 2 square yards? That is completely bare of grass. So whether water's leaked off the covers, I don't know. I mean, I think the ground staff have done an extraordinary job to get us as much cricket as there has been. Obviously, there's been a fair deal of good fortune with the weather over the last 3 days, at least during the playing hours. But as there has been everywhere, there's been a monumental amount of rain in Birmingham in the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, I believe Derby have called it a day as well already this morning. So
no play at all there.
Yeah, and a huge credit must go to the ground staff here for the job that they've done. But what's interesting on Friday when we started this first round of county championship fixtures, it's the big test playing grounds that have the facilities to actually manage this. And we saw play at Trent Bridge, we saw play at Lords, and we saw play at here as well. So it is the sort of the bigger grounds that have managed to cope with the deluge rather than the derbies or people like that of the world.
Yeah, there's been a huge amount done. I should do a quick update for local radio listeners in around 2 minutes, and then we might put ourselves on pause for a little while after that, while we're waiting, hopefully, for the lamps to take effect. As Dan says, they have, alas, given up at Derby, where they've not had any play at all, and again the start has been delayed at Chesterley Street, where into the fourth day, and that game still hasn't started between Durham and Hampshire, so it's dreadful for those counties. They are also delayed at Leeds, where there was no play yesterday, but the games look as though they are getting underway further south at Lords and at Hove. They are not starting on time in Manchester, but yeah, so there has been a difference between the test grounds. It looks as though there's going to get enough to get a full game in at Nottingham if it doesn't rain today, and obviously here, but it needs the ground staff to do a lot of work over the winter as well as on the day. I think you also need willing players and umpires, and Martin Saggers and Graham Lloyd here, I think, have got the maximum amount of cricket out of the game.
Yeah, Graham Lloyd, good Lancashire man. He'll be used to wet conditions, won't he? So he'll have grown up with them in Accrington. Yeah. So, but I mean, it's just a shame really, because this game, a flurry of quick wickets this morning, and Worcestershire will really think that they're in there. They could grab that first win, and with everyone predicting them to finish 10th and rock bottom of this division, it could be, a famous, magnificent win for the Pears.
Yes, Alex Davis, the Warwickshire captain, said to me last night, he said, we started the day talking about how we're going to win the game, and we still are, but obviously the calculation is a bit different, and it's Worcestershire who hold the reins in that it's within their gift to make a declaration at some stage, and obviously if we lose time, that affects the calculation. I mean, the shorter the chase, the higher you could score at, but I would think in any case, you could score at 4, you could chase something at 4 and over on this pitch, and a smallish boundary one side.
Yeah, small boundary, I think that's the amount of runs scored in the game, I think that's a false economy possibly as well, because that boundary is so short. Yeah. So I think that's got to be taken into it.
Yeah.
The other thing that's got to come into it is the Kookaburra ball.
Well,
because it can go dead at times for the bowlers. I spoke to Adam Finch on Saturday night here, and he said you've got to hit the seam flush on.
Yes.
Whereas with the Dukes, if you hit the corner of the seam, it will still nibble a little bit. Whereas you've got to hit the seam full on with a Kookaburra.
There wasn't a lot happening yesterday. I'm just going to sum things up for our local radio listeners just for a moment. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where the fourth and final day of the county championship game between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, alas, is not starting on time. Although it hasn't been raining here this morning, there is clearly some concern about areas of the edge of the square. The bowlers' run-ups, either side of the pitch that's in use, are under heat lamps at the moment, and so too is a small area of maybe no more than 2 or 3 square yards on the Priory stand side of the ground, right on the edge of the square. That means there's no start yet for Worcestershire, who are waiting to resume 264 runs in front with 8-second wickets still in hand. Whether there's time for a result either way, we'll see. But for the time being, start delayed. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. Right, that's taken care of for now. Yeah, we'll just talk for a couple more minutes, and then we'll put ourselves on pause.
I'll make you a coffee, Mike.
Generous man. I've come all this way, but there's a question, and there'll still be a question if we start at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, as long as there's a reasonable amount of time left, that Brett D'Oliveira can ask himself and his team, which is, how daring do we want to be?
I was going to say exactly the same question to you there. Do you think Worcestershire are interested, or will they be, 8 points for a draw in the county championship this year? It's increased from 5 last year. It was 8 2 years ago, so they seem to be tinkering with the draw points somewhat. Yeah. But do you think Worcestershire would be interested in, in the draw? Do you think they've got enough bonus points already out the game? And, are they going to say thanks very much and, go back to Worcester or Kidderminster?
Yes.
With the points?
I think there's a calculation for them to make, and I note that Brett D'Oliveira has been talking very positively in the run-up to the season along the lines of, we're going to be bold. And there's some merit in that. I mean, look, England have showed the way, I suppose you could say. And if you looked at it over the course of the season and said, everybody thinks we're going to get relegated. How many games would we have to win to not do that out of 14? 3 probably would get you there, maybe even 2, but certainly 3 I think more than likely would. So how many winning positions are we going to be in? How many times are we going to start the day with control of the game? And here you are in the first game with that position. So the safety option is to say, well, we'll bank bonus points and 8 for the draw and thank you very much and move on. But it depends how daring he is to roll the dice. The other factor that might come into it, and I think it certainly would have done if we'd have played on last night, was you could see and feel which team felt like it was driving the match. Warwickshire looked a bit flat. And Worcestershire were bouncing, they were scoring runs quickly, and I think it's not always about the maths.
Yeah, the staff was ragged for the Bears, wasn't it? It
certainly
was. And Worcestershire, I mean, Kashif Ali, what an innings. I mean, that was absolutely outstanding. And he took the ball by the horns, didn't he? And sort of, as you said, actually sort of drove, actually took the impetus and actually made things happen. And what was interesting, he got 133. He got 133 runs all season last year. I think he only played 6 games. And he's come out of the SACA, the South Asian Cricket Academy, where a number of people in first-class cricket are coming through now. Zaman Akhtar at Gloucestershire, he's another protege of that system. And I thought, both times I've seen him bat there, in the first innings and second innings, he looked a class act. But going back to Worcestershire, providing they don't lose this, they're going to end up top of the table tonight.
Well, that in itself is a nice feeling to have, isn't it? You pin that on the wall and say, look, we can do it. And and there is a little bit of a Worcestershire-Warwickshire edge. I mean, it's easy to overplay it, but it is a big deal for Worcestershire to come here and dominate as they certainly did yesterday. Yeah. So that is a question, but it will be governed to some degree by when we start. And I see now that we're inspecting it. Well, we're inspecting. We might, but it's not up to us. It's not really up to us. But there will be an inspection at 11:30. So they're going to give the lamps half an hour, and then we shall have a look. So at the moment the skies are grey. I don't think we're going to get any rain imminently, but it depends on the rain, the effect of the rain that has already fallen, alas.
Yeah, the cloud's quite high. I think Worcestershire might be happy with the draw. They've got 6 bonus points already. They're going to come out of it with 14 points. I think they'll be more than happy with that. So the lamp's going to be on for half an hour. Yeah. No more with the price of electricity these days. No wonder. But I mean, I think we'll be back sort of about 11:30, won't we?
Yes. Well, we'll keep an eye on things, and obviously, if it looks as though we're going to start, then we'll jump to it. But yes, for the time being, we shall leave. I don't know whether you can hear the heat lamps. I don't think they're that noisy on the sound effects microphone. But if you hear a gentle buzz, then it'll be the run-ups at Gas Mark 7. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where play is still yet to start on the fourth and final day of the County Championship match between Warwickshire and Worcestershire, owing to concern about 3 areas of the field that were affected badly by the rain last night. The umpires are inspecting again at the moment on the run-ups at either end of the pitch, and also one area on the edge of the square towards the Priory stand side of the ground, which has clearly been causing concern about the conditions underfoot. As a result, the chances of a positive result are draining away all the time. Worcestershire waiting to resume, leading by 264 with 8 second innings wickets still to fall. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. Right, it's nearly 12:15 Edgbaston. Those of you watching the stream will be able to see, I imagine, that the heat lamps remain in place and that the ground staff with blotters and leaf blowers and various other accoutrements are still doing their work. I say the heat lamps are in place on the run-ups at either end of the field. Those of you who are only getting the audio can probably hear the lawnmower at the moment, which is slaloming around the edge of the heat lamps and trying to do its work. Now, the latest from here is that the umpires Martin Saggers and Graham Lloyd had a look a few moments ago. They were still pouring the ground, especially at the Birmingham end, with some suspicion. But they are going to inspect again at 1 o'clock. They have declared the lunch break at 12:45. With a view to a 1:25 start, and that would mean 28 overs being deducted from the day's play. All of which effect means, Dan Whiting, that we're probably that much closer to a draw, or somebody's going to have to be that much more daring to try and win it.
Yeah, let's be bold, Mike. Let's be bold.
I'm for bold.
Let's try and get something on today. 66 overs? 68 overs?
Of that order, yeah, something like that, yeah.
It's still enough time to bowl somebody out, especially if there's a little bit of nibble in the pitch, especially if there's damp conditions. I think it will all depend on how much Worcestershire trust the Kookaburra ball, and because it's got a reputation for going a little bit dead, perhaps, hasn't it? So it'll be interesting to see if Worcestershire want to give Warwickshire a sniff, or whether they're happy to come out of here with 14 points, which will be a great reward for the first game of the season.
And if they declared without batting again, then that would be, roughly speaking, a 4-over chase.
Yeah.
Which is, that's chaseable.
I think that's a little bit generous with that small boundary over there.
Yeah.
And I don't think Worcestershire will want to lose this one at all. I think it's safety first approach, and I think they might give them maybe 60, maybe, because you've got to take four overs out of the game, haven't you, with the declaration as well?
Yeah. So let's imagine. Suppose Worcestershire said, "Well, we'll bat for 10 overs. In that time, we might score 60, might score 80." But so you target, say, 80.
Yeah.
That would put them 340 on in 55 overs. Now,
I think that's too big.
That's too many. Yeah. So it's a slightly delicate spot. And this is on the assumption of a 125 start, and there must be some hope of that, because the umpires wouldn't have suggested otherwise. And actually, there is a suggestion of, I was going to say watery sunshine, which is a rather unfortunate word, but you know what I mean. It's brighter now, so that'll help a little bit.
Yeah, it's more Birmingham than Benidorm, perhaps, but we're
always cracking the flow of paving stones here, I hope you know.
Well, here we are in the Costa del Brum, but
yes.
It's an interesting scenario. I think there's a number of permutations here how this is going to go this afternoon, but the likely one is it's going to end up in a draw between these two rivals.
Yes, and Worcestershire will have had the better of the draw morally, which morals don't keep anybody in anything, but it certainly will put them in good heart. The 3 days' play so far should have given them confidence that they can mix it at this level, which is the object of the exercise.
Yeah, it certainly will. They'll be happy with their 2 bits of recruitment from overseas. Nathan Smith looks like he adds values to their attack. He's skiddy, he's bustly, and he's been by far and away the quickest bowler in this attack. And then Jason Holder as well. And I think Jason Holder, if the pitches remain green and he gets a Duke's ball in his hand, I think he could be a real handful. I think he's a really good recruit. The other thing is the form of Kashif Ali as well. 8 games into a professional career, and he's been 200s in the game. It's been an absolute story of the match, hasn't it? It has, and not just the 200s, but as I said yesterday, he looks like not only a good run maker, but a maker of good runs. And it's a guy you'd want to go and see bat. Yeah, a bar clearer. Yeah, he is. On the evidence of what it was the first time I'd seen him bat yesterday, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Rather more than Warwickshire's bowlers did. Conversely, Warwickshire looked short of an edge, and what you say about the Kookaburra ball, Warwickshire are not the only team, I think, to feel that. They might, in other circumstances, have had Hassan Ali for this game. Yeah. At the start of last season, they had Chris Wokes for 3 or 4 games.
either of those added to this team gives the attack a different look.
It certainly does. It certainly does. I thought their attack, Warwickshire, what I saw on Saturday, I thought it looked a little bit samey.
Yeah.
You know, it needs either someone with an injection of pace or maybe a left armour perhaps or something like that. But just, you know, I think Rushworth, Hannon Dolby, decent bowlers with a Duke's ball in their hand, but I think with the Kookaburra, they probably need something a little bit more perhaps.
Yeah, if anybody, if there is any help, then Rushworth and Hannon Dolby are going to exploit it as well as anybody around the First Division, and that was shown again last year, and there's no reason to think they've diminished since then. But when nothing was quite happening yesterday, Warwickshire looked a bit vulnerable. Michael Booth looked sharp, was certainly the quicker of them.
Yeah.
And he's inexperienced, but was competitive, certainly.
Yeah, certainly. I think he's got a bit of nip about him, and he adds something a little bit different. One of Kashif Sally's sixes, I believe, went over the family stand yesterday. So all I'm saying is I'm very glad my car wasn't parked here yesterday.
Yes, it might have kept the glaziers busy.
Yes.
If you'd have gone on very much longer. But anyway, we shall hope for some fun of some sort in a little while. There are, for a Monday morning, with the conditions not at their most promising, there are some people here, and it's very hard to tell how many in a ground like this. And obviously, if there isn't any cricket, a lot of people are hiding inside. But there are people here wanting to see cricket, and the weather is okay at the moment, but we just need the underfoot conditions to match it. So, fingers crossed for a 1:25 start. The umpires will be out again between courses at 1 o'clock, having declared lunch at 12:45, and we shall see whether they're happy to go on with them. But for the time being, the run-ups remain good to soft, and we cross our fingers. Yes, this is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where we still haven't yet had any play on the fourth and final day of the game between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. There is hope of some. The umpires declared an early lunch at 12:45 and have just gone out to take another look at the areas of the field that have been causing concern, the run-ups at either end of the pitch in particular. If they deem during this current inspection that play is now possible, then we'll start at 1:25. Worcestershire already carry into the today a lead of 264. They have 8 second innings wickets still to fall and will await developments hopefully in as little as 20 minutes. Mike Taylor at Edgbaston. Well, the time is now 1:20 in Birmingham, and the signs are that we are going to get play underway in around 5 minutes at Edgbaston. So just to reset the picture, this is Mike Taylor with Dan Whiting with you for the delayed start of the fourth day here between Warwickshire and Worcestershire. And alas, the sunshine that we had this morning when we weren't playing cricket has now disappeared behind a veil of cloud for the time being. The floodlights have come on. I think the light is playable, but not terrific. But crucially, the ground has now been declared fit. The picture this morning, since quite early on, was that there were heat lamps over, in particular, the run-ups at either end of the pitch that were the areas causing the most concern. There was also another small patch on the edge of the square, and they stayed on all morning. The umpires came and inspected, I think, 3 times in all, before finally declaring a target of a 1:25 start and 12:45 lunch. They had another look at 1 o'clock and declared themselves presumably satisfied. Although, Dan, I think there has been generally an air of goodwill from the umpires, as well as the players, but to try and use every available minute over the first 3 days. So the fact that they didn't play this morning suggests it must have been quite difficult.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think the danger areas are the run-ups as opposed to the actual pitch.
Yeah.
And I think that lies in the fact that they couldn't get the covers on for the run-ups last night due to the wind.
Yeah.
And that's really caused issues, and that's where we saw the heat lamps. And there's an area sort of between mid-on and mid-wicket towards the Birmingham end of the ground, which has been now covered. It's got a rather luminous bright green strip on it, so that seems to be another sort of danger area. But other than that, the ground looks like an absolute picture. People are sort of wondering why Worcestershire are still batting. I think what we're going to see is probably 5 or 6 overs of carnage.
Yes.
Yeah, in the, and probably set something like 320 off 60, which is just over 5 and over, which sounds a lot, but the boundary over towards the family stand side of the ground is probably only 50 yards.
Yeah.
So with the Kookaburra ball, the short boundary, I think we could have a real good game on our hands here.
It's potentially chaseable, that, you would think, if they get off to a good start. What Worcestershire calculate is the minimum number of overs they can reasonably expect to get a team out if they're attacking. That's their call. But as it stands, there are 68 overs left in the game, and the lead is 264. But Warwickshire are out there to field, so Worcestershire obviously decided it can go on for a bit. There has been play at some of the other games this morning, alas not at Derby and at Chesterley Street, where they've given up for the 4 days. But there have been some games that have gone ahead.
Yeah, they certainly have. Unfortunately, one of them isn't at Chesterley Street, where Durham and Hampshire have been abandoned without a ball being bowled. Canterbury could be a good finish. Kent there got 284. Somerset responded with 403. Kent are 68 for 2, so they're 51 behind. But a couple of quick wickets in the afternoon session, and the alarm bells will be going off there. No play at Old Trafford. There's an inspection there at 2:15. Lancashire 202 in that game. Surrey 15 without loss. I think that's nailed on for a draw. It wouldn't surprise me if they shook hands there and called it a day. The real interesting one, though, is at Trent Bridge. Essex 253. Nottinghamshire responded with 293. Essex then got 374 for 9 declared. And Nottinghamshire in response are 50 for 4. So could be a good win for the boys from the east. Derbyshire, Gloucestershire, that's another one that's fallen foul to the weather. Match abandoned without a ball being bowled. Glamorgan, Middlesex, that's an absolute run fest at Lords. We saw Sam North East's 335 there on Saturday, and there Glamorgan's total of 620 for 3. Middlesex are 546 for 8. Ryan Higgins on about 170 odd not out. Northants, they're 93 behind Sussex, they're 14 for 1. Sussex got 478 for 9, and Leicestershire 354 and Yorkshire 72 for 2. Play due to start there at 1:35 p.m. Right, so looks like Danny Briggs is going to take us underway. Yes, the field is spread as we thought it might be. There's a deep mid wicket, there's a deep backward square, and there's a deep cover. and he's going to go over the wicket and try and put it into the pads of Jake Libby, who's going to resume here on 75 not out. Here he comes over the wicket from the pavilion end, and Libby defends. Got to have a look first ball. I didn't expect him to smash that for 6 first ball.
No,
Did you, Mike?
But I don't think this. Well, we're soon going to know what their intentions are, aren't we?
We will. Oh, another forward defensive there from Libby. Cornish cricketer, not many of them around. It's got to be said. Lewis Goldsworthy's one down at Somerset. And he's... Oh, they thought about a single. Oh, misfield. They're going to come for a single now. Yeah, no, yes, no. Oh, it's all calamity. There was one to mid-on. They set off for the run. They decided against it, and there was a misfield from Davis, the Warwickshire skipper. And Libby had turned his back, and Rob Jones suddenly just called him through for one there. Oh, the scoreboard's gone off. That's doesn't help our cause here. Jones defends as Briggs comes over the wicket, trying to put the ball into the rough area that's been created. Comes in past umpire Saggers, just tickles that into the leg side, and they'll come through for a single. 1 ball left in the over. No bonus points on offer here because it's the 3rd and 4th innings, so bonus points should be done. As Libby just plays that to short mid-wicket. So that's the first over the day completed. 239 for 2. Rob Jones on 16. Jake Libby on 76.
I'm not sure what we've learned from that over, other than that they clearly, well, I say they're clearly, maybe not looking as short as 5 overs, because you think they'd just have a bash anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've learned that Warwickshire are expecting they're going to have to contain, because Danny Briggs is the man for that job, bowling over the wicket, trying to go into the rough outside the right-hander's off stump.
Yeah.
Leg stump, rather. So I think Warwickshire are very much on the defensive.
Yeah, I think also what you want to do as well is, you know, if you sort of angle it into the legs like he's doing there, it's very hard to sort of get the levers going to swing the arms,
yes,
isn't it?
And a long boundary to the leg side with Briggs bowling to the pavilion end. Anyway, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, he's going to be given the Birmingham end. The one difference between today and the first 3 days is that the wind, which was ferocious here yesterday, has disappeared almost completely. The flag is hanging limp on the top of the press box stand. Hannon-Dolby bowls to the right-handed Jones, who pushes away into the covers and doesn't find a run.
Libby there's backing up quite a long way. You can see that they're looking for it. They're actually, you know, they're showing good intent.
Yes, well, they have to do so. I don't think they'll want to just sort of pat out for a draw.
No.
They want to at least have a look and keep Warwickshire worrying. Warwickshire certainly were fretful by the end of the play we had yesterday. Jones is 16, and Hannon-Dolby's running towards him now. Passes umpire Saggers, and this is a checked drive from Jones to mid-on. A more orthodox-looking field for Ollie Hannon-Dolby, although rather defensive one, with nobody keeping Michael Burgess, the wicket-keeper, company. There's a backward point. There's 3rd man on the boundary in front of us. He's not a long boundary straight today. They're pulled the rope in while some of the new drainage work at the pavilion end settles down. There's a backward sort of cover point sweeper on the boundary. An extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 back on the leg side for the pull. One in front of square leg and a long leg. And Hannon-Dolby has pulled out of his run-up. Now, that is slightly concerning. He did that several times on the first 3 days when the wind was really strong, and that was entirely understandable. But maybe the underfoot conditions are also, they're clearly not ideal.
No, they're not. He's from Halifax, though. Have you seen their pitch at the Shea at the moment? It looks absolutely terrible.
What a football match there. Yeah, in comes Hannon-Dolby, and he beats Jones on the forward push.
He's looking tentatively at the sort of approach there, isn't he, Hannon-Dolby?
Yes, and as everyone knows, he's a very tall man.
Yeah.
it's awkward finding your footing when the conditions are soft, and they clearly are, because even different to yesterday, the first few paces over it has marked up the area behind the umpire. That was at that end that the umpires seemed most concerned when they were inspecting. Hannon Dolby tries to run him maybe from a slightly wider angle and curves the ball into the pads of Jones, and no ball. Yeah, I think he just adjusted slightly the angle of his run there to miss that muddy patch, and now he's overstepped.
Dan Mosley's there in front of us, down at third, and I was very impressed with him. I've seen him came onto the scene probably about 2-3 years ago, and he looks a very, very good player. Ex-England under-19, and he's very stylish. He's good to watch.
He is. He was with the Lions in India as well in the winter, one of his various adventures. Forward comes Jones and defends the next ball out to extra cover, and Yates fields. I mentioned this yesterday briefly. I was talking to Dan at the Warwickshire's press day a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about having been overseas, obviously in India and then in one of the T20 leagues, I think in Pakistan, and how much, firstly, he'd enjoyed that. He'd seen a bit of the world, which is, an exciting thing for a young cricketer to do. And secondly, he'd learned so much and talked to all these players, and he's very much into that, Dan Mosley. He's enjoying himself tremendously. Hannon Dolby bowls and Jones defends, and maybe it wasn't a no ball. I thought the umpire signalled no ball earlier in the over, but evidently not.
Well.
So it's a maiden for Hannon Dolby, 239 for 2. But Dan's like that. He's sort of 22, I think. But he said, I'm a Warwickshire fan. I was brought up a Warwickshire fan. I used to come here and watch. I've come through the age. He's bowled over still by the notion of playing for Warwickshire. He says, no, I want to win something for Warwickshire.
Fantastic.
So he's hoovering up knowledge about the game. He very much enjoyed working with Glenn Maxwell here last summer. He said, I can learn. He told me at one of the games last year, he said, I can learn from this guy. I like that attitude.
Yeah. Same with Ollie Price. He's another one. He's Briggs in over the wicket, and Jones just closes the face and turns him into the leg side for one. Mousley doing. Is Mosley or Mousley?
I think we have settled on Mosley.
Yeah, I think it's
although
Mosley.
There has been a steward's inquiry in that. So
yeah, Briggs in reverse sweep there from Rob Jones. Not good enough to get to the boundary though. Clothed it a little bit, but he'll pick up one. I heard him on Saturday being described as muesli, and I thought, no, that's what you have for your breakfast.
Fairly sure it's not that. No.
241 for 2 as Briggs comes in over the wicket. A little bit of turn there. 268 now in the lead, Worcestershire. Briggs again straying onto the pads as Libby plays that one into the onside. Briggs is an experienced campaigner, isn't he? I think started off at Sussex, then Hampshire.
Yes, and a handy sign, especially in white ball cricket, but not only in that.
That's a sweep. That's in the air. That could be out. Oh, in fact, lands just short of deep backward square. Is that Rob Yates down there?
I think it's Yates, yeah.
Yeah.
Down there. A manful attempt to get it.
It's good effort. Good effort. Top edge. Briggs putting it into the rough outside the right-hander's leg stump. As Libby circumspect defends that. That completes the over. 243 for 2.
And they certainly haven't tried anything outrageously attacking. So he's beginning to feel like Worcestershire are happy to consolidate rather than roll the dice.
Yeah, I think that they'll probably look at maybe 55 overs now.
Yeah.
And 320 perhaps, or 55.
Yeah, it'd be a shame if they don't try and put a little bit of pressure on Warwickshire from their point of view. This is the first ball of a new over from Hannon Dolby, and Jones pushing slightly in front of his front pad. It's this off, perhaps the inside edge to mid-wicket. but along the ground, and there's no run. Alex Davies is busy, the Warwickshire captain, in his first championship game in charge.
Yeah, busy's a good word. He's a busy captain. He's constantly trying things, tinkering with his field. Not like David Gower, who was a languid captain and just sort of thought about it.
Hannon Dalby runs in and bowls outside the off stump, but not as wide as Jones maybe thought it was going to be, or as short as he thought it was going to be, and he half pulls out of a cut and just guides it down on the bounce to Barnard at backward point. Did captain, of course, with some success for much of the T20 competition last year.
Davis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Had, I think it was off the top of my head, 10 wins in a row at one point to get Warwickshire through to the quarterfinals while he was in charge from behind the stumps. It's not a bad job interview, I suppose. Hannon Dalby bowls, and this is driven elegantly by Jones, but straight to Davis at mid-off.
Jones, ex of Lancashire, he was quite successful up there, and I'm surprised that he wanted to go elsewhere. There's a lot of competition for places, and there's a new group of youngsters there making their mark on there. People like George Balderson and people like that. So maybe he decided that regular cricket in pastures new was the way forward for him.
Yeah, it's much more the done thing than it ever was a generation ago for players to move between counties. Hannon Dalby bowls, and this is chipped back to him and well held, and he's followed through by Hannon Dalby. And the first wicket falls. Jones caught and bowled by Oliver Hannon Dalby. You looked for a moment as though he was going to trap that between his thighs, but he just got his long arms down in time to both grab it and save himself a bruise, and he has taken the first wicket today. Jones caught and bowled for 18, and it's 243 for 3.
I thought it was wonderful preservation of his nether regions. I mean, you tend to hold on when it's in that area, but
concentrates the mind and the reflexes wonderfully.
It certainly does. Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the end of Jones, and just as we were picking him up as well, I think we put the commentator's curse on him, Mike.
It's an occupational hazard.
Yeah.
So 243 for 3, a lead of 270. There are 64 overs available after this one. Subtract 2 between the innings. So, were they to walk off at this point, you'd be looking at 270 in 62 overs, which is 4.5 an over, give or take.
A bit generous.
I think
A bit generous for me. Yeah.
Ollie Hannon Dalby's going to talk to the umpires. I think did he give the ball to them? And he's not complaining about the ball. He's just taking a wicket with it.
Go to throw it back at the umpire and it hit the stumps.
Yes. Oh well. So Hannon Dalby has 2 of the 3 wickets to fall, 243 for 3. Sports Extra listeners, I think, are with us at the moment for a little while the other games are at lunch, with potential results in the offing at Trent Bridge, where Essex are in charge there. That's the one in particular that looks as have possibilities this afternoon. And maybe we still will have here. But it's very much the control is in Worcestershire's hands with the lead of 270. Hannon Dalby is going to be indulged with a slip for the new batter, who is Adam Hose, who spent a little while here. Didn't really make a breakthrough in 4-day cricket. Hit one of the biggest sixes I've seen on this ground on his T20 debut when he hit it. I think he's the only man I've been here to see hit it into the highest level of this pavilion, the one above us. In goes Hannon Dalby with 2 close in mid-wickets as well for Hose, who defends the first ball back to him. But he strikes a long ball, Adam Hose, if he's in the mood.
It's not often you get a Cornish cricketer out there with one from the Isle of Wight. It's got to be said. And Adam Hose, having come through sort of the Hampshire age groups, hailing from Newport. That's the one on the Isle of Wight, not in South Wales, or the one in Shropshire.
That's true, yes.
And
nice place to visit then.
Yeah, and he then went to Somerset, came to Warwickshire, and now Worcestershire.
The squarer of the 2 mid-wickets has gone back 3 or 4 yards for obviously a reason. Bouncer from Hannon Dalby, which Hose shows no interest in. And it passes over his head. It's the end of a successful over for Oliver Hannon Dalby, who has 1 for none from his 2 overs today. And at 2:43 for 3, with Hose just arrived and Libby 78, Worcestershire lead by 270.
That 6 you were just talking about, Mike. I'm just doing a little bit of research here. And he made his debut in a T20 against Lancashire at Edgbaston, striking 76 from just 43 balls. One of his sixes landing in the top deck of the pavilion.
Yes.
As Briggs comes in over the wicket, and the one goes down to short, fine leg. Ian Bell crowed over it, saying it was probably the best debut I've ever seen from a Warwickshire player.
Really was an impact in every sense.
Briggs gets a leading edge there, a little bit of purchase from the pitch as one squirts out into the offside, with Libby trying to work it onside.
Do you reckon he'll be tempted to take on the long boundary, Adam Hose, if they are going to try and post a score at some point soon?
Yeah, I've got a feeling he might go inside out and go over the top of extra cover. There's a vacant area over there.
The straight boundary is not very long at
No,
this
it's
end
not.
for this game.
Briggs over the wicket. Hose plays that back to the bowler. No run. Briggs coming in past umpire Saggers. Hose again defends.
I think there probably is a list somebody's kept of people who've hit the highest level of this pavilion since it went up about 10 or 12 years ago. Not a very long list.
Oh, where's that gone? That's gone down the leg side, and the umpire's giving it a wide. There's a new directive here in county cricket, which to stop the slow left armers from throwing it down the leg side and sort of bowling what is perceived as a negative fashion. Anything down the leg side now is virtually a wide in the way it is in one-day cricket. And I'm not so sure that's fair on the bowler, really. That's just played out into the offside. No run.
Danny Briggs gave umpire, I think it's umpire Lloyd at this end, a reasonably long stare after he called wide.
There's going to be one there. Looks like a leg by. I think it's Saggers because they switched. They switched in the second innings. So I think it's Saggers at this end, because Lloyd on Saturday was probably the first time that I've seen an umpire without a hat for a number of years. And that was due to the wind that was blowing around this Edgbaston ground.
Yes, it was... saved a lot of trouble. Although, yes, umpire Saggers yesterday, his hat managed to remain in place, which suggests he might have a particular brand of sellotape you can recommend to us. But which, in a bleak sort of way, all the talk about headgear and otherwise, to say hello to Sammy, who sent me an email this morning suggesting from a Worcestershire point of view, could I go and get my hairdryer out to help. Sadly, not an accessory I'm required to carry these days, nor is Ollie Hannon Dolby, who starts a new over and bowls to Adam Hose. Comes to us all eventually. And Hose pushes this firmly to mid-on.
Talking there about people putting balls into the top tier of pavilions, I remember Mike Llewellyn doing it for Glamorgan, I think in the 77 Gillette Cup final, possibly. There was a chap called Albert Trott who did it at Lord's.
Yes.
Back in...
He's supposed to have hit it over the pavilion.
He did, and it only went for 4 because it had to go out of the ground back in those days.
Yes, that's a little known wrinkle. If you compare, when they're always comparing England's centuries these days to Gilbert Jessup and how fast it is, but Jessup only got 4 if he hit it out of the ground. Unless he hit it out of the ground. Hannon Dolby bowls, and it's wide of the off stump. Hose doesn't play a stroke. The previous pavilion here, the old structure, which was nowhere near as big as this one, and I was saying yesterday, it was a much loved but rather odd old thing in that it had about 7 different parts to it by the time it was eventually replaced. One of which was a small shed on top, which we took a ball in there once on a day. Brian Halford and myself were in there.
Yeah.
Which doesn't half get your attention when it comes to the glass, I don't mind telling you. Hannon Dolby bowls a ball which curves into the pads of Hose and turned into the leg side. There's no run. But it wasn't unheard of by any means for balls to be hit over that Pavilion. Andrew Flintoff did it in the 25 Ashes. Ian Botham did it in
85, I think.
In
he
85,
hit Craig McDermott for sixth first ball here.
He did.
Of a game
I
back
think that one went into the road behind us, but it really would have to be a sensational hit to achieve that. Glenn Maxwell might have had one or two people worried at one stage last year. Here comes Hannon Dalby, who bowls to Hose, and he defends on the offside.
Yeah, I think it's also the trajectory as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're not going to sort of get something that high because...
No, it really would have to be a mighty effort.
Yeah, and not only length but height as well, and that's what... I think, but saying that bats have improved in recent years. Talking about Jessup, I mean, he batted with what was more or less a jockey's whip.
Yes, but it is a long way. Here is a ball from Hannon Dalby that's driven, not in perfect timing down the ground, but it's a diving stop at mid-on and the through for one. That was his first run, 247 for 3. I was reading about Jessup actually not long ago. Apparently scored a century in some ridiculous amount of time at Bristol.
Yeah, he's Gloucestershire man.
Off the West Indian tourists in the first decade of the last century. It set some sort of record there. And in the same season took a century off the then all-conquering Yorkshire attack at Bradford. In comes Hannon Dalby, and it's defended back by Libby for no run, 247 for 3. And during the Bradford century, apparently hit Wilfred Rhodes, the greatest of all wicket takers, for 7 sixes at Bradford over the football stand. Which
Park Avenue.
Yes, which did require it to go in the rules of those days, as you say, over the football stand.
Wow.
Which was apparently wildly... It was like it was in a losing cause. It even got applause from the Yorkshire supporters, although I don't suppose it got Wilfred Rhodes' applause.
No.
Anyway, it was a good story.
Or Will Rhodes, who's playing in this game.
Well, yes.
The Jessup was known as the Croucher, I believe. He had quite an unusual stance, didn't he?
He would have been a star in any age, I suspect. But anyway.
Here's Danny Briggs. Full toss, which is swept around the corner. I think it's only going to be 1. They're going to come back for 2. Oh, I think he was in trouble with a better throw there.
Yes, he was galloping
it was
a bit.
tight, yeah. Had to put the afterburners on there, I think.
He will be glad that he landed on the edge of the cut strip rather than about 6 feet beyond it, because otherwise he might have been wearing most of that mud.
Yeah.
But as it is, he might have been a bit sore if he'd landed on the dry a bit.
Yeah, but it
was a proper full length.
Pardon the pun, he's home and hosed, but there you go. 249 for 3. Adam Hose on 3, Jake Libby's on 79. They're just taking a little bit of a break here while Hose dusts himself down after that sprawling dive.
I think we're starting to get towards the limits of when a realistic competitive declaration can be made, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so. Briggs over the wicket again. Hose lets that one go through to wicket-keeper Michael Burgess. Talking about transfer, you spoke about sort of players moving between counties. You touched on it there, Mike, and this Hose just defends that. It's become more and more common, hasn't it? I mean, remember the furore Tom Graveney, I think, went from Gloucestershire to Worcestershire, and he had to sit a season out back in, I think, 63 or something like that. That swept. That might bisect the fielders. No. It's kept down to 1 as well. That's an arm and a half comes in.
Michael Booth. From
Booth out there in the deep. He looks a good prospect. He looks like he's got a little bit of sort of the X factor potentially about him.
Something to work with there, isn't there? Yeah. He looks certainly the quickest of Warwickshire's bowlers in this match.
Briggs over the wicket. That's played into the onside. Briggs firing it in around that leg, Midland leg region. Very hard to score runs out of the rough with the field set this way as Libby defends that. I mean, are they going to sort of try and wait for Libby's 100? He's on 79.
If they wait that long at this rate, then that'll be the ball game, I'm afraid.
I think so. Anyway, that's the 250 up with that single there. And there are 61 overs in the day. If there's a declaration, which there surely will be, that would mean there's 57 overs left in the day. And Worcestershire are currently...
277.
277 ahead, yeah.
Yes, I think once it gets below 50 overs, I think
you've got to give yourself time.
It's challenging to bowl a team out in less than that.
You've got to give yourself time to bowl a side out, haven't you?
Let's assume we get them all. Hannon Dolby starts a new over, having been very frugal so far. And his first ball is defended back by Hose. And there's not really been... They haven't really tried anything creative. There's nothing that would make you think we're 5 overs out from a declaration here.
And Dolby, parsimonious, staying true to his Yorkshire roots there.
Well, that has been a feature of him in the last couple of seasons, when not only has he taken 50 wickets 2 seasons running, but he's also been pretty reliable in terms of not giving lots of runs away. He bowls here to Hose, who plays him very correctly, easing forward with a straight bat, and Booth moves in at short extra cover. Hannon Dolby's now kept the slip in, so they're not quite as defensive as they were when they came out. Yates is at slip. Dan Mosley is in eager conversation with his back to the batter at the moment. He's at the shorter extra cover. The shorter mid-wicket. They started with 2 of them together, and the squarer one keeps going back a yard. Yeah. Between every delivery, he goes back a little bit further. Hannon Dolby bowls, and Hose is determined not to interest either of the short mid-wickets by defending back to the bowler.
It's a weird setup, isn't it? Because they're sort of split. They're both in the same region, but split in sort of length away from the batter.
I'm sure that field placement, maybe this is part of all the analysis in the game, or maybe people are just more restless than they used to be, but there's a lot more fiddling with field positions than there ever used to be, and it's part of the fun of the game now to try and see if you can get in the mind of the captain. Why has that man gone back 15 yards further than he was before? Hannon Dolby bowls, and Hose drives into a gap between mid-off and extra cover, and he gets 1 run as Davies, rather delicately as he can, as not a big man, goes across the edge of the square and plants his foot down to stop the ball. And Hose is up to 5, and it's 251 for 3.
Yeah, Worcestershire are, got intent here to move the scoreboard on, but we're not really seeing that manifested in, any big shots, are we?
No, they haven't tried anything too outrageous. Hannon Dolby bowls a bouncer, and Libby is not having anything to do with it. He almost bends himself down into a ball to get out of the way. And Burgess takes. Slips come out for him. He's warming up here. He's Barnard doing a bit of warming up. He might get a go. Was rather roughly treated yesterday by Kashif Ali, although he wasn't the only one by any means.
No way to, treat your old teammates.
I think they were all coming alike to Kashif once he got to about 60 or 70.
Yeah.
Hannon Dolby moves both of they've both gone back to the boundary on the leg side now, and he bowls a bouncer, and Libby, he's very precise there. He didn't so much commit to the hook as just ease the ball away down, bouncing well before it got to the square leg umpire, and takes a straightforward enough single. It's 252 for 3. Libby is 80 and Hose 5. The lead is 279, and 60 overs are left available in the day. Knock off a couple for the declaration, and it's the prospects of a result are
diminishing,
slightly draining.
Yeah, diminishing by the over here. Briggs over the wicket to Libby. That's down the leg side. And again, umpire Martin Saggers stretches his arms, doing a wonderful impression of the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio and gives a wide. Briggs again, that's going to be another wide down the leg side.
Well, this is going to be an interesting feature if this is the directive that's been given to the umpires. Alex Davis is coming to talk to Danny Briggs.
It was last year as well. I mean, I saw covered a number of Gloucestershire games and saw Zafar Gahar attempting the same thing. And the slow left armers are... Yes, the slow left armers, when they go over the wicket, if they're deliberately putting it down the leg side, they're being called for a wide. That's caressed through the offside there by Libby. It's only going to result in a single, but it was a rather attractive looking shot.
See, I get the point about, trying to stop negative tactics too much. On the other hand, what's the difference between a negative tactic and a reasonable weapon for a bowler to have to stop a guy trying to score runs?
Yeah.
Which is the object of his exercise.
It's going to be at least 2 there to Hose. It's going to be a long chase around for Mosley, who does keep it down to 2. Outfield slowed up again, hasn't it, with the overnight rain, by the look of it?
Hasn't helped.
No.
I mean, they've done a lot of drainage work here, and as you were saying earlier on, the international grounds in particular really are faster draining than they ever used to be.
Yep. Briggs. Hose attempts a cut, but cloths it somewhat into the covers. I spoke to Rob Key a few years ago before he took the big England job, and he had a theory about, as Hose sweeps one down to deep backward square for a single, he had a theory about the drainage on the Test grounds, that the drainage has become so good that he feels it might have sucked the life out of the squares a little bit, and hence why they become sort of slow, lower tracks, perhaps. Briggs fires that one in a little bit quicker. Libby equal to it. Shows a forward defensive. It's an interesting theory, though, isn't it?
I can see that.
That's cut away. 4 runs there to Jake Libby. Short and wide from Danny Briggs. And Libby giving it the treatment that it deserved.
Yes, and he hasn't really offered anything loose outside the off stump so far. Danny Briggs has been trying to bowl that tight line, but if the umpires are going to call him for wides, he really doesn't have much margin for error. 262 for 3. I don't have the horticultural knowledge to know whether Rob Key's onto something or not. I can see the point.
Yeah.
But it's only the outfield that's got to be drained, though, not the square, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
The square's generally covered.
So I think if you put sort of, water goes to water, doesn't it?
Yes, I don't think you can be that choosy,
Yeah.
can you? Yeah. No, I can see. I see the point, but it would need greener fingers than mine. The gardening in Taylor Towers, he's contracted out to Mrs. Taylor, at her insistence, I might tell you. Can't tell a weed from a daisy. Or is a daisy a weed? Anyway, Harlan Dolby's going to start. But look, if nobody declares, we're going to be doing a lot of this.
I had you down as a man who tends to his Spiria Japonica quite nicely, Mike.
Well, only on Sundays. Here's Hannon Dolby has aborted his run up again. So he's going to go halfway back to the boundary. 262 for 3. Lead is 289. Here he comes, elbows jutting out, and bowls to Adam Hose, who is very precisely forward, and he's not taking any liberties against Hannon Dolby.
He's definitely churning up the ground there. I mean, in horse racing terms, that would be heavy, wouldn't it? Heavy going.
It's getting that way.
Yeah.
It's getting that way, and it's not easy. But Alex Davis actually has come and spoken to the umpire, and they're looking at the run-ups. And it will become a point, especially if we are heading towards a draw, there will come a point where you wouldn't necessarily want to risk bowlers who might slip over.
No, and I think the umpires also have a care of duty towards the players.
Oh, undoubtedly.
I think the first things first is that no one gets injured out there.
Yeah, And that's part of the art of umpiring these days, isn't it? Balancing the prize between everybody who wants to do a game. I've got a local radio update in about 3 minutes, so all right for the moment. Hannon Dolby bowls full of leg. Oh, and Hose very nearly does look as though he's going to chip that up to the short mid-wicket. It goes a bit squarer than that. Off the pad, in fact. But caused him a little moment of discomfort, and Mosley goes round to field, and they take one leg by.
Whilst you crack on with that, I'm going to make way for Phil Britt,
Right on.
because I'm going to hear the dulcet tones of Phil, and I'm going to.
Is he going to sing? He won't sound like he was going to croon there.
Right, I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee for everyone.
Good man. Phil might have to break into Perry Como's greatest hits if there's no declaration. Here comes Hannon Dolby, who has Libby forward and running this to backward point, and there's no run. Umpire Lloyd is on the move. Are you in fine voice, Philip?
A sad thing is I know the words.
Yes, I should say that.
These are my era.
Yes. If you know the words, just whistle. 263 for 3, and Libby is 85 with Hose 8. And Hannon Dolby's bolt looked in a better rhythm today, notwithstanding the fact that the going is tricky underfoot. He's put it nicely on the spot. This is a little bit shorter, and Libby forces it off the back foot to deep backward square, Booth Fields, and they take one.
It does look very muddy where he's running in, doesn't it? Those spots.
It's difficult, and yeah, the umpires might have one or two awkward decisions to make later, and I say that with plenty of praise, I think, for the umpires I hear that said around the ground for having a willingness to keep the game going and use every available minute to play. I think on the whole that has happened. The ground staff we've talked about, and they've obviously done a first-class job. Now, Hannon Dolby is clear. He's trying to avoid the footmarks the other way this time. He runs very close to the umpire, and he almost crashes into Adam Hose as he takes a quick single to mid-on. But Hannon Dolby's now tried to adjust his run both sides of the muddy patch, and that's not easy.
No, he's trying to run in very tight, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's difficult for him.
Yes, there's enough to be thinking about when you're running into bowl without literally trying to avoid obstacles on the way. But he did one ball trying to go in from a wider angle, but now he's coming almost from behind the umpire. 265 for 3. Mosley's come over from extra cover to square leg, and now he's changed it. Oh no, where's he going? He doesn't know where he's going. He's doing a hokey-cokey for a moment, and now he's settled at shortish square leg, and Hannon Dolby's running into bowl. A short ball, not as short as some of the previous bouncers, but Libby's not having anything to do with it. And it's the end of the over. I'm just going to do the local radio update in a few seconds. It's 265 for 3. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where the play has begun a couple of hours late on the final day of Warwickshire's championship match with Worcestershire, but the likelihood of a positive result is disappearing, partly because Worcestershire have not batted with any great enterprise so far. They have lost the wicket of Rob Jones, well caught and bowled by Ollie Hannon Dolby. It's 265 for 3, but there is now more concern being shown by the umpires, in particular about the bowlers' run-ups at the Birmingham end of the ground. So a draw looking increasingly likely, alas, in a game in which Worcestershire have made the running. They're 265 for 3 and lead by 292. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston.
So we've had 10 overs now in this session. Worcestershire have moved on from 237 to 265, so added 28.
Yes.
So that leaves... haven't really pushed it along. I thought if they were going to take time out and then give Warwickshire... to make sure that Warwickshire couldn't get the runs, that the target was going to be too high, that they might have pulled out at that stage, having had 10 overs, but they're clearly going to continue on. I just wonder what the tactic will be now, whether they're going to settle for the draw or whether they still think that they can force the win. I have really no idea, Mike, what the tactic is.
And you haven't missed a ball while I was doing that update or since, because the muddiest footstep or foot mark was getting attention from the ground staff. Have come out with a dose of sawdust, and object that, with a name of which escapes me at the moment. It's a sort of long pole, but with a flat surface at the bottom that they sort of bang the ground down with.
Briggs starts a new over from the pavilion end. First ball is to Hose. He's played back, and Hose stretching across with his leg towards the leg stump. This is a full toss. It's hit in the air and lobbed over the short fine leg. Drops into space and plugs.
Yes, we're being sent
266 for 3.
We're being sent some rather awkward noises down the line at the moment, which I'll see if we can get removed. But hopefully you aren't hearing them at home.
So 266 for 3 brings Libby back onto strike. So this one is driven away nicely through the offside. It's going to be, well, it's pulled up on the boundary edge. I think he may well have been lying on the ropes and not signalled as 4, although I think with cameras on that, I think Jacob Bethel, it was a fine dive and stop, but I think he may well have been in contact with the rope. However, just the 2 runs for him, 268 for 3. And Alex Davis having a word with Danny Briggs. It's almost at the moment not quite sure where this game is going, because there's no real major intent from the Worcestershire batsman, and if we're waiting for the impending declaration, there's no sign at the moment of it happening. This one down the leg side, it's left by everybody. Wicket keeper misses it. This ball running away towards the long boundary, the fine leg boundary, but in the end is retrieved, and they come back for 2 byes.
No, it'll be 3 wides. 3 wides.
Oh, he's given it wides. Of course he has. It's down that leg slide with the spinner. Yeah, that's... I'm not sure on that rule.
Well, it certainly is being enforced differently to last year.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing this with Danny Briggs.
Not to this extent, no.
Briggs in again, and this one is pushed into by Libby down in front of him. So it's 271 for 3 after those 3 wides.
It's not as if he's bowling miles wide down the leg side. He's not, out near the return crease. It's only a 1-day wide, we used to call it.
This next one is, it restricts him as to what he can actually do.
Yeah. I can see the motive. I can see the reason for bringing that in.
And he comes again and bowls, and this again brings Libby forward. Does the same rule apply for a left-arm bowler who's bowling down the leg side? Would he be
a right-arm bowler, presumably?
Well, no, he's a left-arm bowler.
Yeah, left-arm bowling over the wicket. Yeah,
bowling over the wicket rather than round the wicket.
Yeah, if it was I don't know. I mean, we're going to find out. If it was a right-arm bowler bowling to a left-hander and he aimed down the leg side. It depends. It's on the leg side, whichever leeway they're prepared to give leg side.
Well, just imagine, instead of a spinner, it's a seamer bowling exactly the same action from the same side of the wicket. Would he be no balled? And if not, why not?
Well, we're going to have to find out, aren't we? But
I'll ask you, Mike.
I don't see why it should be any different because of the pace of the ball. Anyway, that for the moment is. It remains a philosophical question. It's Warwickshire who are trying to do unusual things rather than Worcestershire at 271 for 3, in that they've now got one of those films who stands in front of where the non-striker usually is, at a very straight short mid-on for Adam Hose, who managed to avoid both him and the short mid-wicket and drive the ball up to Rushworth, who is at a wider normal mid-on, so he's probably 35 yards from the bat, maybe a little bit more. He's gone back a bit, actually, so he's halfway to the boundary. But he's quite wide there at mid-on, so there's the man who's gone in very straight, who's only about 15 yards from the bat. Hannon Dolby is in his 6th over today, and he miscues their Hose, and he's a little bit fortunate that Hannon Dolby couldn't catch that one as well. It was a very good stop, maybe on the half volley by Hannon Dolby, but he certainly tried to catch it.
I'm not sure that didn't actually go down to his left hand as a chance, Just watching the replay, it would have been a terrific catch, whether it was on the half volley or not, but he's getting a few pats on the back and things, as if to say bad luck. But anyway, Hose, he didn't hold it.
No,
so
it would have been a mighty catch.
Academic, really, isn't it?
To come down from 6'7", but he made a very good attempt, and he's bowling again to Hose, who is forward defending, and it does look as though Worcestershire, and it's perfectly understandable, are looking to bank the points they've got. I can see entirely why they would do that first game of the season.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Because I don't think it would have been easy
it took
to bowl. Maybe we shall see, but I don't think it'd be easy to bowl a team out in 50 overs.
Losing that session last night,
yes,
really, I think, took the wind out of the sails. They were going along beautifully, and perhaps even last night might have just been tempted to have had a late ball.
Hannon Dolby bowls, and Hose from the crease. He's guiding this on the bounce to Mosley at short mid-wicket. Yeah, had they got to 320 or so on with 8 overs to go last night, then they really might have had a tempting thought, because Warwickshire looked so flat. I mentioned yesterday, I think sometimes it's not just the mathematics in this, it's about how it feels. And it really felt like Worcestershire were on a high at that point.
That seemed to be as well the general, talking to the people coming into the museum this morning, they were all of the same opinion that Warwickshire were really as low down yesterday as they can remember them being in the game. And they were quite worried about the way they'd been in the field.
Hannon Dolby bowls and Hose defends back up the pitch. I mean, there were mitigating circumstances, to be fair, in that the Kookaburra ball, I think, whatever people think of the rights or wrongs of the decision, is going to offer less to the bowlers. And the pitch seemed to play pretty well, while there didn't seem to be a lot of help for the bowlers. So I think it's fair to note those things, but all the same, Warwickshire did look as though they didn't really have an edge yesterday when they needed one.
Yeah, there were times during the afternoon where you looked around and say, well, what can we do which is going to break this? And that didn't seem to be there.
Hannon Dolby bowls, and it's wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper.
End of another over. 271 for 3. And two batsmen having a chat and looking towards the dressing room as if to say, are we going to get a sign what the tactic is? But doesn't seem to be not have any great impetus at the moment. Danny Briggs is going to continue bowling over the wicket to Jake Libby this time. Libby, who is carried on in this session as he had yesterday evening. He batted really well in support of Casivale. His first one is played away to mid-wicket where Barnard does the fielding. So Libby on 88. Hose has moved on to 10. Worcestershire 271 for 3. As Briggs in again, bowls, and again played solidly to Barnard mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. Actually, the light probably as good now as it's been at any time of the day, almost, and the sun breaks through as Briggs down the. Oh, that's just gone past. This is a really harsh interpretation. I'm not sure that this that one just went past Libby and signalled a wide. So this one run away into the offside where Yates does the fielding.
Yeah, the bowlers have got to have a fair go. Now, I'm not saying that they are or aren't, but clearly, look, Briggs must be of the opinion here that the regulations change, otherwise he wouldn't keep bowling down there. But he's in consultation with Alex Davis, and he might be saying, well, what am I supposed to do then? Because it's reasonable to expect a bowler to have at least some possibility to try and limit the batsman scoring runs, otherwise what's he there for?
Yeah, exactly. No,
So it's a tricky balance, but I can entirely understand the opposite point of view, which is we're trying to play brighter cricket here. Everybody wants that. But it's got to be fair. Anyway.
Well, it's almost forcing him to bowl round the wicket to the right-hander.
Yes. Now, if you ask a left-arm spinner, he's going to say it's definitely not fair. If you ask a batsman, he's probably going to say, well, no, it is fair dues. But anyway.
Forward comes Libby and pushes it away into the offside, and there's no run. So 272 for 3. This one is swept, and it's again, had he missed it, he'd have had a wide, but he swept it down to long leg for a single. Libby moves on to 89. The total goes on to 274 for 3. They got back for 2 there, didn't they?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
So Briggs in again. Libby steps back, opens up his stance and pushes it away into the offside. Gets the single and keeps the strike. 275 for 3. He's moved on to 90 now with that shot. And Worcestershire lead by 302.
With 55 overs are on the board, so declare now that'd be 53. So we're heading towards a 6 and over chase.
Yep.
Which is, even with a short boundary and reasonably fast scoring conditions, that feels like it would be rather a lot.
Yeah, which is way above any rate we've had during the game. Even when Worcestershire were going along full tilt yesterday, they weren't. Kashif Ali was going along at full tilt. 6 and over wasn't sustainable.
Better, yeah, in the long term. I mean, it's different when you're chasing a target, perhaps, but yeah, it's at the edge of it.
Yeah.
I can understand why a lot of Worcestershire supporters watching this have been saying, go for it. Because, partly because it's the local derby element, but also first game back and really announce yourself. I can completely understand that. But when you're actually there, do you bank the points, extra points for a draw now this year? It's tricky. I mean, these are tricky decisions because I was saying at the start of the day, how many games would you, if your objective is to stay in the division,
yep,
how many games do you reckon you got to win? 3?
3 or 4.
3 should get you there.
3 should just, but you. Provided you get the draws.
Well, yes,
yeah.
All of the things being equal,
yeah,
looking for 3. So can you create 3 winning chances? Anyway, Rushworth's going to bowl for the first time today. Ali Hannon Dolby bowled 6 overs and took 1 for 5, which rather kept the lid on any Worcestershire ambitions. And Rushworth's first delivery is diverted by Libby, who has 90 towards the 2 close-in mid-wickets. Hannon Dolby didn't have those for Jake Libby. But Rushworth has started with them. And no slip.
No third man either in place. So we've got a backward point and that's it.
Unusual for a bowler whose stock in trade is to threaten the outside edge. But Libby meets this with the middle of the bat and pushes it back to the bowler. He was a little bit in the shadow of Kashif Ali yesterday, Jake Libby, but it's been a more than respectable innings in its own right. He played very, very well.
Yeah, gave good support. He made one thing he was doing yesterday was getting sure that Kashif Ali had the strike.
Yes.
He was sort of, because when he was at the strikers end, he was getting a single and then leaving it to the Kashif Ali in fantastic form in this match.
I don't recall either of them offering a chance. Libby has just gone back to a ball that's only slightly short, but he's guided it down to the empty third man area and picks up 4 good runs.
Yeah, it's that's a massive gap there. So the moment that Rushworth drops anything slightly short, you just got to open the face and run it away. There's nobody to be able to do anything about it. It's just go and fetch it from the fence. Do sometimes wonder on this defending this particular part of the field. He's now going to leave Barnard not at third man. No, I thought he was for a second. We're going to push him back down deep, but he's not. Alex Davis talking now with the bowler. But they've left the field the same, so this is still unprotected down here.
In comes Rushworth, and Libby's up on his toes here, pushing this down to backward point. 94 now, Jake Libby. He's made a lot of runs, hasn't he, in the last couple of years or so?
Yes, he has.
So this is a good start. What was it, 30 odd in the first innings? And
Yep. Yes, he's done a good job for in just the same way, obviously, that Kashif has. But Libby's 38 plus all these. It's good runs on the board for Worcestershire.
And again, the umpire's attention is being drawn to the footmarks. It's about 3 strides short of the bowling crease, maybe 4 for Rushworth and 3 for Hannon Dolby at the Birmingham end. And the patch of sawdust is gradually getting bigger of the area in question. But it's just at such an important point of the run-up, isn't it? It'd be very hard to avoid that.
It's one of those strange quirks with cricket. We have all these innovations, all these rule changes. We have all the equipment changes, the ball changes, put floodlights in, but we still have to use sawdust to dry up the floor. That hasn't changed.
In comes Rushworth, and up on his toes is Libby to defend. In the game at Trent Bridge, that's hurrying. The credits are rolling on that game. Essex on their way to victory against Northants. Sam Cook's taken 5 very cheap wickets. Notts 59 for 8. And their attempt to chase over 300 to win be well and truly torpedoed by Sam Cook, who got a hat-trick in the first innings. Got 5 for 9 now in this one.
He's found the Kookaburra ball working well.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll be wondering what all the fuss is about. This is pushed into the offside by Libby, and there's no run. Rushworth's over is completed, and it's 279 for 3.
Either that or he spent the winter in his back garden practicing with one. Doesn't seem to have any problem with it. I know I saw at lunchtime they were 44 for 4 and in trouble. But that's... They started off well in that game as well, didn't they, Nottinghamshire?
Yes, they had a 40-run first innings lead. But 5 for 9 in 11 overs. Goodness me. So...
Briggs is going to continue. Martin Saggers continues to be very harsh on the interpretation, but Briggs is going to continue. He's talking to Alex Davis about what the sort of field they have. So we've got a man at sort of deep fly slip, leg slip, and then you've got long leg, deep mid wicket, stroke square leg, as this first one from Briggs is played just from the crease and by Hose and out into the onside. There's no run. Rhodes does the fielding. Briggs in again forward, reaches Hose and pushes it up to Barnard. The over's ticking by now, so we're in the 65th over of this innings, the 15th of the day, as this one was played to Rhodes, who kicks it to Barnard. It came to him and he just gave a little tap with his foot and sent it down to Barnard. Briggs in, bowls. This is attempted sweep. He misses it, so it's a wide, and it's going to run away for 2. That's what it'll be. 2 more wides signalled. So it
3 altogether.
Yep, with the wide itself. So they continue. I'm not sure I'm going to have enough space on the scorecard for all these wides. I'm going to have to change the formatting.
He's been called 6 times now in 6 overs today.
Anything at all which is down there is being called. He's in and bowls, and this one is pushed forward, and there's no run. Hose pushes that forward. 282 for 3. I just hope this is interpreted this way for everybody, and throughout, it's universal. This one is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to think it won't be, but it is going to be a talking point. Alex Davis is off the field at the moment, actually.
Briggs in, bowls. That one is pushed away down to the deep cover point boundary for a single.
Is it Mark Robinson he's talking to on the boundary rope?
Yep.
I think it is.
Yep.
So captain and coach in discussion. 283 for 3 at the end of that over. So in 14 overs today, 15 overs today, Worcestershire have added 46, of which 10 have been coming from wides. But it has, so they're only going along at 3 and over. And I think the prospect of a significant declaration is
pretty much gone, I think. Don't you?
Yes, or to set up a result. Anyway, Phil, I'll leave you with it for just a moment. Dan Whiting's going to come in with you again for a while.
Fine. Thanks, Mike. You're not missing any cricket because at the moment Alex Davis is still in long discussion with Chris Rushworth. A bit of arm pointing out to who he wants up. He's putting a man back onto the cover boundary. He still hasn't done anything about plugging the hole down here at third man, but we will see as Rushworth comes pounding in past that damp patch in bowls. Hose strikes that nicely, but straight up to Rob Yates, who's at extra cover and there's no run. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Phil. How are we
Thank
today?
you for the cup. I didn't get a chance to say thank you very much for the cup of coffee.
It's always my pleasure. I mean, I think I got the nickname up here on Saturdays, the Barnet Barista, didn't I? So,
something like that, yeah.
oh, they're having a look at that damp patch again, and the ground staff are coming in with one of those implements that nobody knows the name
There
of.
is a name for it. If anybody,
A whacker.
It's like a whacker or a pommeler or something like that, but it's got its own name. And you know, we've asked this so many times because normally it's not to hit big wet soggy patch; it's to bang back in the return crease where it's been dragged out on dry because the ground's so dry.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, there's that no one knows the name for, and also the thing that the umpires put the balls through when they go out of shape. Are they calipers? Or they're not really, are they? No one knows the name for them as well. Everyone's looking, everyone's just shaking their heads and shrugging their shoulders here in the commentary box. But
if you know the name, please email me, philbritt@edgbaston.com, and tell us what the name of the implement, which has got a flat piece of metal on the bottom, and you bang the ground with it to flatten the ground out. And once you've got that, tell us what the name of the instrument which the umpires measure the ball with.
yeah. Mr. Ferguson, I think Carl Ferguson is his name, I think. He's a big Worcestershire fan. He's listening in. He's at work. He's hoping for a Worcestershire win. So if your boss is listening, try not to give it the big one and let him catch you when you should be heads down and in the office, Mr. Ferguson. So he's enjoying the commentary. And we spoke earlier about umpires without headgear. And
Yes.
Sir Graham Burgess, old ex of Somerset, and Monmouth School, I believe, as well. And Don Oslier, who was once of this parish, or Dominic Oslier was once of this parish, wasn't he?
Yep, it's Dominic Ostler you're thinking of. Dominic Ostler, that is.
Oh, Osler.
Yep.
Yeah, not Don Oslier.
As in the horse.
Yes, I do apologise.
Osler.
They never wore hats even on the hottest of days, which is madness.
Jeff Evans didn't wear one very often either. This one is played into his body and drops back down in front of him as Rushworth comes back in again, having had that damp patch sorted out.
And it says John Carr, son of Donald Carr, ex of the ex-head honcho, Le Grand Fromage of the TCCB back in the day.
Yep.
He hit VJ Pike, who was a Gloucestershire player. Was it Vivian Pike, I think his name was, over the pavilion at Lord's in a score of 241 he made in less than 2 sessions for Middlesex against Gloucestershire in 1994.
Rushworth in bowls, hose cuts through backward point. Not going to get to the boundary. He comes back for 2 as the ball's retrieved by Booth, who sends it back into Burgess.
Those 2 facts coming from the stats man, the guru, Adrian Thomas of Gloucestershire, down in Nailsea. That shot there, that would have been 4, I think, yesterday or Saturday. It shows how much rain and how slow the outfield's become, hasn't it, Phil?
Gone puddingy again, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm amazed, really, that with the rain we had yesterday and this morning, that it's that they're on Rushworth bowls, and this is clipped backward point, and Barnard at backward point, who has got virtually a quarter of a circle to field by himself. He's 90 degrees, I suppose. One's the best, and has made a magnificent stop, diving down to his left and saved a definite 4 runs.
Yeah, he's quite fine there, isn't he? He's more backward of backward point, isn't he? Like a sort of deep gully, perhaps.
Yeah. He knows, though, he's got to chase. Anything goes past him, it's going to go down to this third-man boundary. This one is pushed away by Hose into the offside, and there's no run. 285 for 3. Hose is on 14. Libby's on 94. The overs in the day are gradually drifting down, and I think we're past the point of this becoming any sort of possible chase. I don't think anybody at this stage of the season on this sort of outfield and wicket is going to get 6 and over.
I think so. Looking at that dive there, I think, you're an experienced man, Phil. You'd have always put the dive in so somebody else had to chase it, because even if you miss it, then
somebody go and fetch it.
Exactly.
Rushworth bowls a short ball which sits up, but it's hit out to the cover point boundary where Booth does the fielding. Fires back into Burgess, who can't take it cleanly and tidy it up. End of another over. Another over drifts by. 286 for 3. Worcestershire, their lead, add 27 onto that, is 313.
What's your view here? I mean, Worcestershire, I think, first game of the season, I think they'll be happy without losing it. They're going to go back with 14 points out of a difficult game, out of a local derby, where they've made all the running, and they've got an honourable draw here. And I think for a side who everyone says they're going to finish 10th, everyone says they're going to go down, I think Worcestershire will be happy with their 4 days' work here in Birmingham.
I think they've had a really good 4 days, and I'm quite impressed with the mix of this side.
Is Danny Briggs coming over the wicket still? As Hose just pushes him into the covers and they pick up a single.
I think they've made some very astute signings.
The 2 overseas have been particularly
impressive. Men who are used to using the Kookaburra, they're going to only get more effective as the season goes on. I know they've only got hold of for 4 or 5 games, but in the championship. But even so, that's long enough to be able to make a real impact.
Yeah, I think when they get the Dukes in their hand, I think Jason Holder's going to be a real handful. That's down the leg side. An appeal there for Burgess, but it was optimistic to say the least. It's got to be said. But I think, I think Worcestershire or Ikashi Valley looks like a wonderful player as well, doesn't he? He's impressed you, I think, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. I've got a name for and I think he's absolutely right. The gentleman who's come on the email, thank you. It's if I can jump in there, it's Dan King, who is in Kennington. Good afternoon, Dan. Thanks for listening or watching. Isn't it called a tamper? And I'm sure he's right. I'm sure you are right. That is the word you've given it me. Then thanks, Dan. You're quite right. That is what it's called. It's a tamper.
Briggs over the wicket. A nifty bit of footwork there by Hose. Gives himself a little bit of room to crunch it through the offside, but can't pierce the field.
I should know this because at home I'm told don't tamper with this, don't tamper with that all the time by
I've heard of a few.
The Queen of the Cotswolds.
I've heard of a few cricketers tampering with the ball in my time, but not many with the pitch. Briggs.
So thanks, Dan. Now, finish the job off properly, though, Dan. What's the name of the implement they use for measuring the cricket ball?
Yeah.
To see if it's out of shape.
Yeah, we want to know that. We need to know that.
You've got the first prize so far, so thanks very much to Dan King.
We put it out I think 2 seasons ago we put it out on air. As Briggs changes the angle, goes around the wicket, and Hose just nurdles him into the onside, picks up a single. The stringy bits on the side of a banana No one ever knew the name for those. You know, the sort
Yeah,
of stringy
yeah,
bets. Yeah. Apparently they're called Floam bundles.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I've never really needed to know.
Whoa. Well, it's always something that, keeps me awake at night, Phil. So, now we know that.
You may be beginning to realise that this game is drifting a little. 289 for 3.
Possibly. Yeah.
I've had an email in. You can send emails in. This is actually very useful this afternoon. Peter Hemming has been on to us, and he said, I can't understand why Briggs doesn't bowl his left arm over at the other end, or is it better for the Bears that this is wasting time? That's Peter. Oh, Peter in Durham. I know Pete. Hi, Pete. How are you? Nice to hear from you.
It's a very good point, Peter, and thank you for your email. The only problem is it'd be bowling to a 50-yard boundary and trying to push it into sort of leg stump, Midland leg, and I think he would probably be swept in the vicinity of my car, which lies just the other side of the family
Not
stand.
a good idea, Pete. No, forget that one. Rushworth in, bowls and Hose. Is it my over or is it yours? I'm sorry.
It's your over.
Oh, it is.
It's your over, yeah.
I've lost this one. Rushworth's first ball is played away by Hose into the offside. There's no run. 289 for 3. And Hose is on 17. Libby's on 90.
The only thing I can see Worcestershire here is, do you think they're possibly waiting for Jake Libby to get his 100, perhaps?
Well, yes, possibly, but I can't think that they'd go through all this just to get that situation. As Hose pushes again, there's no urgency at all.
No.
There's no sort of.
No.
I think they're just playing the time out, but could be totally wrong. I'm sure they want Libby to get his 100 now.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have thought that they would have taken all these overs. They'd 50, and now we're up to in the 68th over. So we've had 18 overs of the sessions.
Yeah. And 5 o'clock's the earliest the
they'll be
skippers
shaking
can
hands
shake
at this rate.
Yeah.
Having said that, it looks quite gloomy out there again now.
It does. The lights are on. They're twinkling in the Birmingham sky. A battleship grey sky it's become now as well, hasn't
it? It's not a great afternoon, but there's quite a big crowd in considering the situation. Here's Rushworth in, bowls. That's nicely played by Hose into the offside. They think about the single. Libby's set off. Quick pick up and throw from Barnard, and good fielding from him yet again has put Libby under a little bit of pressure to get back. He was safe in the end, but it's just a bit of hesitation from Adam Hose, late of this parish.
Yeah, he
never quite managed to get a regular place in the championship side. Got 100 against Nottinghamshire. I think that may have been his only championship century for Warwickshire. There's Rushworth in, and this one is pushed away into the offside. There's no run.
Do you think he was sort of pigeonholed as a white ball player?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I think that became the case. I remember talking to some of the people from Somerset, and they said that he'd always looked like a good championship player, but when you then analysed the scores, they hadn't really got the weight of run as somebody with his ability. And I said they must have been quite disappointed. But 289 for 3 as Rushworth in, and this is driven. Nice looking shot by Hose, straight up to Alex Davis. But he became very much, was a major part of Warwickshire's T20 side. Very effective player for Warwickshire, particularly in the season prior to him leaving to go to Worcestershire.
It's funky field time. Look at this. 2 short extra covers, a short mid-on and 2 short mid-wickets. Rushworth off a short run. And there's a lot of whooping and hollering. In fact, we're going to have 2 short mid-ons, 2 short mid-wickets, 2 short extra covers. There's whooping and hollering. I think we might be on for a bit of donkey bowling, perhaps.
This next one has from Rushworth is played by Hose. I hope not, because I hope it's not one of those where they give everybody a bowl, because I run out of places on the scorecard to put their names down.
Yeah. Remember a few years ago, Steve O'Shaughnessy got a really quick 100, didn't he, against the might of the bowling of David Gower and James Whittaker. And I think he equalled Percy Fender's fastest 100 record, didn't he? It's about 1983. It was a game in September. No one had any interest. Back in the days of what was then a 17-team county championship. There was no Durham back then, I think about 1983.
One of these where if you weren't in the hunt by the end of May, the rest of the summer was just going through the motions.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, Steve O'Shaughnessy took advantage of some somewhat smorgasbord help-yourself bowling.
I remember coming down to watch games like that, and if you didn't, sometimes on the final day, it really was hardly worth the bus fare to the ground to watch some of the cricket played. Used to come down from school and watch some of them, and they were just nothing days.
Briggs just shoveling it again into that sort of leg stump. I think any bowler worth his salt here doesn't want to go for runs. You know, it's all against your average, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's Libby defence stoically. 289 for 3. Libby's 5 short of 100. Adam Hose on 17 of 57. Libby's gone over the top. Where's that gone? Has that gone all the way?
Yep.
It has. That is his 100 with a 6. Jake Libby.
Well, he's copying.
200, both
the sixes. Libby said, well, if he can do it, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And I think, unfortunately, Danny Briggs has been the culprit, the bowler on each occasion.
Has he really? Yeah.
Certainly the one yesterday for Kashif Ali's second 100 was off Briggs, and I think the first one was.
Briggs in.
Oh,
that's off the pad there, although it's gone down the leg side, so no shots. They don't even attempt a single. Libby's not known for his 6 hitting. He's probably a more traditional player, shall we say.
So well done to him.
Yeah.
We haven't really praised the fact it's been a terrific knock from Jake Libby because he's given good foil.
Yeah. He'll be celebrating down in Cornwall tonight, raising a glass from St Austell to St Ives.
I take it he comes from Cornwall then.
Yeah, he's a Cornishman. Again, kicks that one away. And if they don't go now, which I don't think they are, I think that's more or less that as a contest.
Well, we've got 49 possible overs remaining in the day. We've got 2 off for the changeovers, so that would be 47. Warwickshire are 322 behind, so 323 off 47 overs. It isn't going to happen.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel looks like he's going to come into the attack.
He bowled a couple of overs, didn't he, yesterday?
Yeah.
And he's coming in at the Birmingham end, so Chris Rushworth out of the attack. And we are going to be treated to a couple of hours, I think, of
buffet.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've watched a lot of cricket over the years. It's been a long time since Worcestershire had a D'Oliveira and a Holder in their side. It's not Basil and Van Burn, but it's the modern day Worcestershire.
They've had some good players though through recent times as well.
Yeah.
They've had good players. The umpires are having a chat now. They're calling on the cover, and the players are coming off.
Bad light.
The thought of Jacob Bethel bowling has caused the umpires to decide that there's possibly a danger, or in fact, more realistically, it's raining. Yeah, I was going to say it's got to be drizzle.
It has got gloomy.
This pitch won't take any more rain, I'm afraid.
No.
But I think this interruption, I think the likelihood of any declaration, any sort of opportunity for winning has long gone, but I think this now confirms it completely.
Yeah. On comes the hover cover. It looks like the sort of transport that you've got over to Calais in the past, doesn't it?
Yes, I've been on one of those, the old hovercraft which used to go across. I like them, I have to say. They were very effective.
Yeah.
But the fans at the Birmingham end, and there are quite a lot of them today, considering the weather, who've come along for the cricket today. And we saw in the museum during the morning session a lot of visitors. But I think they're beginning to make their way home. I think they've looked at it, the situation, and realised that there's not going to be a lot here to stay on for.
No, I think that. I wonder if it's raining quite heavily. We can't tell here so much, being in the nice warmth of the indoors. But I think it's there's an umbrella up anyway, so it can't be just spitting. Anyway, we're going to take a short break. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, for BBC Hereford and Worcester, and you're listening to Phil Britt, and Mike Taylor's also.
Oh,
with
hang
us.
on! Can I, before we go, Dan?
Yeah, go
sorry
on,
to
fire
interrupt
away.
you. I've got a couple of emails in which I mustn't miss in case we don't get on.
Go for it.
Susan Billingham has said the device the umpires use to check the shape of the ball is called a ball gauge.
A ball gauge? Oh, Susan.
God,
how do we not know that? How do we not know that?
You know, you can tell that the technos in our box on the commentary team. Oh, it was nice chatting to you yesterday morning in the museum. I know Susan is. Yes, sorry, Susan. But, thank you for that. Yeah, we're not very... Well, you knew that if you were talking to me yesterday. We're not very bright in here. Well, certainly I'm not.
I'm not either.
So thank you, Susan.
I'm thick as two short
I thought it
planks,
might have had a better name than a ball gauge, I have to say. That's a bit disappointing. And Dan's been back on again. Oh, and he's the same. He's as boring. He said it's a ball gauge. Okay. The stringy bits of bananas are called phloem bundles.
Phloem bundles. Yeah.
And they're very nutritious.
Oh,
Thanks,
okay.
Dan. I'll tell you what, though, one thing with Susan and Dan, if I've got any questions for on a Saturday night when I'm watching that question, what's it called? The 100, the 1% Club. I shall email quickly Dan and Susan for the answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. The 1% Club is what I'm after.
They're the people we're after.
Lovely. Thank you both for letting us know. And as Dan said, we'll be back if and when the weather improves.
This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston, where the opening county championship fixture of the season between Warwickshire and Worcestershire appears now to have been condemned to a draw by the weather. That decision has not officially been made, but the covers are being brought on more extensively now. We came off at just before 2:45 because of drizzle, with Worcestershire still progressing their second innings at 295 for 3, but they had not really shown any intention of looking to set Warwickshire a target, and Warwickshire equally didn't show no signs of bowling them out. So with Worcestershire 322 runs ahead, but rain now falling more heavily, a draw seems inevitable here at Edgbaston. Hello, I should just quickly say for anybody still lingering on the stream, who maybe has been away from the point for a few moments, that just to confirm that the game here has been abandoned at Edgbaston with Worcestershire 295 for 3. No further play after we went off at 2:45, and the umpires had a look at the run-ups after the rain finally relented, and have now confirmed what has looked inevitable for a little while. So Warwickshire and Worcestershire is drawn, and Warwickshire are next in action here on Friday against Durham, and for Worcester, both that and for Worcestershire's next game, and indeed all the other games this season, you'll be able to follow them live through the BBC Sport website. But thanks for your company today and your patience. But alas, no final result here. Warwickshire and Worcestershire have their game has been abandoned as a draw.